Oh, hello everybody. I didn't have my microphone turned on. Welcome to the live stream. We are going to stop right here. I'm going to take control. I just noticed something which I had not noticed until just now. I do apologize for the abrupt ending for the last live stream. My Wi-Fi went out where I live. We get really bad Wi-Fi service. But we need to repair. We're in the red. Look at that. Okay, now we'll go finish. Now, I had already explained this stuff about the Wi-Fi before we ever even started the game here, but my microphone, I had turned it off yesterday just because I didn't know what was going on with the Wi-Fi at the time. So I turned my microphone off just so I could, like, holler at my daughter and see if she knew what was happening. I couldn't get logged back in on my laptop either. It totally logged me out, and I couldn't get back in until today. It let me back in. The TV actually came back on, and my phone was working, but I couldn't get my laptop to connect until well, a couple hours later. It was, yeah, it actually about maybe more than a couple, maybe about 4 or 5 hours later, it finally reconnected. But I had my microphone turned off and I forgot to turn it back on. I'm glad I didn't go through this entire live stream without figuring that out. Now, like I was saying before I realized my microphone was turned off, that this episode is going to be a little bit different. It's a little bit weird feeling because I'm trying to finish a live stream at the beginning of a live stream, because this was supposed to be the ending of last night's live stream. I was going to finish this field and then take our little red truck over there and go into the town area. Now we're going to take control again because I always want to reposition my equipment. I do not like it when the equipment like overlaps, but overlaps outside of the field. I'd rather it be on the inside of the actual field area. So now we'll just finish this last row right here. And this is what I was going to finish on the last live stream last night when the Wi-Fi went out. All I had to do was just a couple more minutes. And then, even then, I mean, if the Wi-Fi abruptly goes out, then I cannot close out the episode like I want to, but at least the work would have been done. So now I just have to, I kind of have to figure out what I'm going to do here, because I do want to go into town, but all right, so that's okay for that right there. Now let's go get in our red truck. We're going to figure out our way to town. I might have to pull a map up and look at it just to figure out what's going on, how to get to town. I don't remember how to get into town. I'm pretty sure I got everything else. Let's make sure. I know I did, yeah, growing. Now we've got to figure out how do we get into town? I keep hitting that thing. Oh, I wish some of this stuff was not in the way. Now let's see if we can't pull up a map. And let's see where we're right here. And we want to go over here. So it's a good thing I did that when I did, because, well, we could have come down here on the 4-lane also, but we'll just turn, make a left right there and come down this way. So that's what we'll do. We're going to go over here because I do think I know where one collectible is. I'm like going way too fast, but I'm not a lead foot, I'm a lead finger. I can't keep my finger off the controller. Oh, easy, easy, easy. Wow. Now, we want to go over and find the, we should get out and walk around. What do we have over here? Let's go this way. Let's check this out. Is that something we can buy? It is. Let's go see how much it costs. Buy the production, $110,000, the cereal factory. Hello and welcome. If you happen to be watching last night, I do apologize for the abrupt ending. My Wi-Fi went out and I couldn't get logged back in. Well, a few minutes later, I was able to get back on my, as far as the smart TV, my phone, but I could not get my laptop to log back in. It took several hours before it would finally log back in to the Wi-Fi. So we're just finished up doing what I was going to be doing then. Just kind of looking around to see if I see a collectible. I'm sure we can find a collectible or two. I know where one of them is, I think. But I figured, well, since I was here, we was just looking at buying the cereal meal, how much that was going to cost. And that's $110. We've got a field right here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time looking around right here. I just wanted to find out what the cost was for the cereal meal, which we can buy. You can see right there, there's the buy point. We can buy it right there. I don't even know what kind of stuff goes in that. Oh, look here. Here's the stadium right here. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. I think, if I can figure out how to get in there, I think there's a collectible. I thought there was a way in. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. I think there's a collectible up here. I don't remember whereabouts it's at. There it is.
We got a game for you. You won't believe this.
You found a tractor. There are 9 more tractors to be found. Okay, we got $1,000. So that's not a bad way to start the episode. I don't believe there were 2 over here. I think there was just the 1. But we might as well double check. Was there one out this way? I can't remember if there was one out by the outfield fence or not. So we might as well go around it while we're here, just to see what happens. I can't remember. I'm sure there are some more in the town area. I just haven't ever found them before, so I don't know where they would be. And I don't know that I necessarily want to hunt for them right now. They're only $1,000. If they were like on some other maps, $50,000, then I would definitely be. Let's look in this dugout. I didn't see anything that looked like it was on any of the bases. No. Be a good place to put one. Okay, nope, I'm not seeing any more here, so. So, I don't know. Do I want to, sorry guys. Do I want to look around for another collectible? Not really. Not really. They're only $1,000, and I know, you know, $1,000 is $1,000, but when you get used to playing on a map where collectibles are $50,000, now we're going to figure out where our exit is. Maybe this is our exit that we want to take. I think it is. And then we want to go this way. Now I got to figure out kind of somewhat of a, I guess you'd call it a strategy for this particular live stream. Don't worry, that cone will respawn. We'll just back in over here. All right, now I just want to get out because I have everything planted. Let's go sleep for a day. Oh, let's see, what month is it? I can't even read it. It's May 2nd. I need to check something right quick, guys. I just want to make sure I put this back on 1 day months. No, see, I got it on 2 day months, back on 1 day months. I thought I had already done that. Okay, so, but that's okay, because I did want 2 day months there for a minute. Okay, now we can sleep until 8 o'clock. Oh. Well, that didn't do any good, did it? Oh. Whoa. I know what happened. I did not, I didn't pause the game. I let it run. So okay. I wondered why it said 6 o'clock in the morning, because it was daylight though. That's really weird. It's 6 o'clock in the morning? Interesting. All right, we'll sleep until 8 o'clock again. This will take us into June. And we'll see if we have anything ready to be harvested. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see. I'm trying to think, what's the best way to go about? Maybe if we do this. Because we can back the camera up like this and then we can look better. It's easier to see what we got going on. Can't really change the angle of anything though. We want to go over this way. Now if you remember, all right, none of these are ready yet, so we don't have anything ready to harvest. So we might as well go back down here. Now we have these fields here too, and this one. And we have, these are all sunflowers right here. We have 4 fields of sunflowers right there. All right, let's go here. We're gonna have to sleep, guys. That's all I can do. Until we have something ready to harvest. And hopefully we're not going to have everything ready to harvest on the same day. If we do, I'll have to go back to a 2 day month. Because in order for me to, all we can do is just look, guys. Let me try something. I have not done... Somehow it's supposed to tell me... Ready to harvest. Okay, so... Okay, so now we do have a field that's ready to harvest. I'm going to leave that map set on... Well, for now I'm going to leave it set. Okay, I'm going to leave it set on that filter right there. That way I can look here, and if it's orange, it's ready to harvest. This one will be... Well, that's not ours, so... I was going to say, that's going to be ready to harvest soon. Wow, looks like we only have one field, and then we'll have to sleep. Okay, well, at least we do have something we can do now. All right. And I've only been live streaming for 20 minutes, guys, so you haven't missed much. Really, all we did is we finished planting that field right there. That's the field I was planting with our cedar at the time when my Wi-Fi dropped. Now, we need... Okay. We need to pick up this header down here, our corn header. Oh, this thing feels like it's moving so slow. Actually, it is moving slow compared to everything else, but oh, you can sure feel it. It's just creeping along. So we're going to drop this header off right here. We'll pick up our corn header. And we'll go harvest some sunflowers. Might be helpful if I didn't crash into the building. All right. So one thing I want to look at right quick before we get down there, I just want to look, do we have any sunflowers? No, we don't have any sunflowers in our silo. So this must, I guess it's the first time we're harvesting sunflowers down here. Yeah, I think I've done soybeans before. I start getting so much going on, I kind of forget what I did already. I have certain fields that I want to be for certain types of crops, but I also want to every once in a while throw in a rotation of soybeans. Sorry guys, had to yawn again. It's 10 minutes till 12 midnight where I live. So let's do this. And we'll send it down there and we'll let it come back. And then we'll send it the other direction. We're going to send it this way. When it gets down to the end, we'll do the same thing again. We'll take control We'll take control. I didn't start it in the right spot. Sorry, guys. Well, I don't really need to do that. I just need it to be up here this way. There we go. Now we'll send it down to the other end. And then we will change direction, do a couple of headland rows, because I have fences at both ends that get in the way. Ooh, I have to keep yawning. I'm doing a live stream. I have to yawn. Alright, we'll let it go down and back. And then we'll turn it to start running lengthwise on our field. Now, I am just going to do one operation at a time. I think that'll be better. I kind of had too much going on in yesterday's live stream. Because I was multitasking. I had too many different operations going on, working in too many different fields at the same time. So I ended up confusing myself, you know, where I was at, what I was supposed to be working on. That's how I ended up skipping that field. I totally didn't plan it. I did everything else, I just didn't plan it. All right, so we'll send them back this way now. I just needed to get them away from that fence back here. Now we can just let it run. And this is going to be better. Now this is how I first started out doing it, guys. I would just do one operation at a time. What I can do is I can go ahead we don't need that. We will need this. So we might as well drive it down there. And we'll have to figure out where our the planter is. And I will probably end up buying a different type of planter. Well, I don't know. I want one that does both fertilizer and seeds. I didn't used to do that. I used to just always play with one that only did seeds. What is going on? Unbelievable. That's not cool at all. I gotta go back and catch what this guy missed. So I might as well just go ahead and go do it. I don't know why it missed that. Welcome back, or welcome, whichever the case may be. I do not know why our helper skipped this, but they did, so. Now we can put the helper in here again. Should be okay this time. So I'm not going to be multitasking. It does look cool when you have multiple operations going on at the same time, using multiple helpers. But for me, it got a little bit confusing. And I don't mind doing that, like on calm lands, for example. I don't mind doing the multitasking. I have one great big field where I can have everybody in the same field at the same time working. It's easier to keep an eye on them. Yesterday I had them kind of spread out. I was trying to work multiple fields at the same time, and I ended up skipping. Okay, where's our truck? Actually, this should have been the second vehicle I brought down here, but I brought the cultivator down. Go ahead and open it. Thankfully, I have crop damage turned off. Whoa, back up a little bit. There we go. So this will be our first sunflower. Well, I was going to say we could put it in our silo, but it doesn't matter. Not the sunflowers, it doesn't matter. Because I can't get money from those by putting them in the oil mill. Because I already bought the oil mill, so it doesn't matter. I am going to need this guy, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him down. And then we have a fertilizer spreader down there already, the cultivator's down there, and now our planter will be there. I think that's all we need. Now I tell you, after driving that red truck around, even this guy at 34 miles an hour seems kind of slow. We are going to get a bigger harvester. For these bigger fields. But we're not going to use them yet. Or we're not going to buy one yet. I need $1 million. Actually, I don't quite need $1 million because I can buy the harvester and I can start with the corn header, not the arable crop header. I can actually start with just the corn header. But I will want to buy one of the other headers also at a different time. Preferably at the same time. But we'll see. We're just going to let this guy run. And I'm not going to fertilize anything yet, guys. Like I said, I'm not going to multitask. At least not on this episode. I have the feeling I'm going to end up with a bunch of fields all ready to be harvested at the same time. I find that making live streams when my channel is as small as it is, sometimes it's difficult in the sense that there's nobody to talk to. And that's the whole point of doing a live stream. But when I first got interested in maybe doing some videos, trying to figure some stuff out, I made videos using my cell phone, and then I kind of learned how to make some gaming videos on my PS4. So just to learn how to do it and stuff like that, I started a different channel, and I made a bunch of videos and put on it, different games, this game. And actually I think most of them were probably were this particular game, or FS19. It might have been both, because I started playing Farming Simulator on the FS19 edition. And I can't remember if I'd already got FS22 by the time I started doing those videos. But anyway, I got used to talking while I was making those videos. And now I can't hardly play off camera without still wanting to talk, because that's what feels natural to me. But it's different, kind of like doing a video and doing live streams are two different things, because doing videos, I'm talking at someone, or I'm talking at the viewer, or I'm talking to the viewer. With live stream, it's a little bit different, even though I am talking to those who may be watching who are not in chat. So that's kind of the same as making videos, but I try to talk as though I'm actually talking to somebody who is in chat, even though they are not. And of course I don't get the feedback, I don't get the response. So it does make it a little bit, it's different. And when there's nobody watching, it's like, psychologically, it's like, okay, well, there's no need for me to be talking, because there's nobody watching. I don't need to talk. But it's still going to be posted as a video after the live stream is over. So I still do need to talk. Well, I don't need to talk. There are a lot of videos out that's no commentary. But I kind of like it. I've been told I have a good voice for ASMR. So I could always try to whisper and see how the farming works out. I don't know if I could actually do that. Especially through an entire live stream, just whisper. That might be interesting though. I've not heard anybody do that. I've not seen any videos where anybody does ASMR gaming, other than if there's no commentary. So you just hear the noises, the engine noises and stuff like that. But so the next time I have somebody in chat, I may see how the ASMR aspect works. But the last couple of people that have been in chat, the only reason they popped in there is because they wanted wanted me to start a multiplayer session so they could play multiplayer with me. And it's like I'm doing a live stream. I'm not just going to stop and start doing a multiplayer. And I've never done multiplayer before, and I've been told, or not been told, I'm sorry, I have not been told. I have seen in a couple of other FS videos, farming simulator videos, whether it be 19 or 22, some YouTubers with big channels have recommended that you do not play multiplayer unless you're playing with people that you know and you trust, because unfortunately there are people even within the gaming realm who apparently are what the internet calls trolls, and they'll want to play multiplayer with you, and then they'll mess up your farm. So while you're doing one thing, they're over destroying something else just because they can. So I'm not going to be doing multiplayers. I might do multiplayer with one of the people whose channels I am familiar with, because I have watched several different ones. I mentioned early on, like in my first episode, that Daggerwin was the first person I ever watched playing this game, and I watched many of his videos. I don't recall him doing live streams, but I have watched many of his videos. The first one I ever watched was he was doing a vintage survival on No Man's Land, and I thought that was really cool. So it made me want to get this game. But once I saw him playing, I realized that you could hire helpers to actually do these tasks for you. I thought, well, man, if I can do that, then I can set the controller down and just let the helper do the work, because I have arthritis in my hands, I have carpal tunnel syndrome, and arthritis in my knuckles, my fingers and stuff. So doing anything like that requires a grip, causes my hands to hurt within just a couple minutes. And even holding the controller in my hand, if I have to hold it for more than just a couple minutes, my hands will start hurting. So that's Daggerwin got me really interested in wanting to play this game. So shout out to Daggerwin. I doubt he ever sees this. I don't know why he would, because I don't think the big guys pay attention to the little guys. Maybe they do. I mean, it would be cool. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if he showed up in my chat. But I do want to, you know, give him a shout out, credit. And there's other guys too, Farm Sim, Snowy, Farmer Cop. There's several others. I can't even remember their names. I haven't watched any farming simulator videos for quite some time now because I've kind of learned how to play. Although every once in a while, if I see something talking about new mods or a new map, I might look at it to see if the map is interesting, that I might want to play it. But it's very rarely now that I actually look at a farming simulator video. But yeah, big shout out to Daggerwind and all the other guys. I've seen a couple girls play, females, women, however you prefer to refer to them. I'm 65 years old, so young people, if they're women, I call them girls. That's just how I think about it. You know, if you're in your 30s or 40s, to me, you're a girl. I'm 65, so. Even though you're grown women. I still just refer to girls. I may refer to girls as guys, because collectively as a group, I refer to the group as guys. Hey guys. Even though it may be mixed male and female. All right, we'll have this thing harvested soon. I just know we're going to end up with a bunch of fields ready to be harvested all at the same time again. That happened in the last episode. And I had to run the last episode and the one before that, episodes 8 and 9. All right, welcome or welcome back, whichever the case may be. I've just been talking to myself while we finish harvesting this field right here. Sometimes it takes a second for these to jump in a vehicle. It does not want to just take right off. It has to kind of warm up the engine a little bit. Whoa, overshoot them. Trying to go too fast. I was just talking a little bit about the difference between making a video and doing live streams. As far as my talking is concerned, because I have to keep in mind that I'm not just talking to those who might be watching or participating in chat. I'm also talking to those who might be future viewers of the video. And although the language is the same, I tend to, like when I'm doing the live stream and I have somebody watching, like right now it tells me 2 people are watching. I know that one of those is me, but somebody else is watching also. And it's like when that person, if that person leaves, psychologically, it's a signal to me that, well, I don't really need to talk anymore because there's nobody here to talk to. But that's really not true, because once the live stream is over, then the video gets posted. Well, the live stream gets posted as a video. So there will be future viewers, although most of my live streams have just had a handful of views because I'm such a small channel. At least I like to tell myself that it's because I'm a small channel, not because nobody likes it. I'm just undiscovered. But I was talking about, and you may have heard me mention this before because I can't talk directly to my current viewer, but you may have watched some of my other stuff and you may have heard me mention this before. I was just giving credit to a YouTuber by the name of Daggerwin, who plays Farming Simulator and has been playing it for many, many years already, many iterations of the game even. And he was the first person I saw playing a video on this game, and for some reason, because I thought it was a tycoon style game, I decided to check it out. That's kind of like the game style that I like. I am going to take control of the harvester because I want to reposition it. I want the header to be mostly on the field side, not on the grass side. Just make sure I got everything here. Yep. So, yeah, Daggerwin, you might be familiar with his channel. And there's other people too, other players. Most of them, I can't remember their names. Farmer Cop, Farm Sim, Snowy. Gosh, right offhand, I just can't think of other ones. But there's several that I like. And I was just saying, I also saw a couple of female YouTubers playing this game, which I thought was really cool. For a long time, I never did see any, and I was thinking, well, now I know that there are women farmers. I know that because, you know, people with families live on farms too. And I'm just going to leave this sit here for now. We'll move them later. Let's go down here and let's get into our fertilizer spreader. Oh, I need to get the truck out of there. Now, we can just take, you know what I did not do? I did this in the last episode too. Sure enough, I did. I forgot to empty this thing when I got done. There we go. Now we're just going to take this over and dump it into our oil mill. Very good. Now we can just drive over. See, it takes a second from the time I get in the truck for it to actually start moving. Now, one thing I want to look at, what was it, about 26,000 liters? I want to look at this right here. Whoops. Sunflowers. Not there, here. Production, sunflowers. I'm about half full, not quite half full. We got plenty of canola left, okay. I just wanted to see where we were at with that. So that's done. Now let's get this field replanted. I'm just going to pull down here. I am going to pull out of the road even though I have traffic turned off. It just looks better. Where is, here we go. Now this one I usually just do myself Come on back. Well, it seemed like it took a while for the brakes to kick in on that. Oh, there we go. That's better. Always have to let it overlap a little bit on the edges, otherwise I end up missing some spots if I try to cut it too close. Better pay attention. Get back on track here, get back on, watch these lines on the field so I can follow a straight line. And start missing stuff on the edge. And then I have to waste a lot of fertilizer to go back and catch it up. Now I could have just turned right there. And a lot of times I do. Look how far back that thing backs up when I hit the brakes. Now, once I turn the corner here, I'll go ahead and I'll send this guy on his own, let him do it so I can put my controller down for a minute. And I can go ahead and start the cultivator. Man, that thing backs up a long ways after I let off and hit the brakes. Now we'll just let this guy go on his own and I'll get the cultivator started. And the only reason I'm going to go ahead and start the cultivator is because it cannot catch up with the fertilizer spreader. And I can let the fertilizer spreader just run on its own now. So we'll get ready to start the cultivator. But really what I need to do, I need to go this way first, a couple of rows. Just because I don't want to be too close to that fence right there. So now we can let him start. And we're just going to do this row. We're going to let him turn around and come back one more pass. And then we'll stop him and go back the other way. And then when we get back down to the far end, we'll do the same thing. We'll put a double headland row. I'm trying to figure out what this guy's doing. At least he figured it out, which is good. That's what we want. We want the helper to be able to figure out what he's doing, figure out how to navigate, negotiate. One thing I do have to do right here is get this guy out of the way. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, good. Now we will go this way. Now we'll just let this guy run. Now, is that guy done? It looks to me like he did everything. I don't see anything undone, so we'll just let this guy run. When we get down here to this end, we're going to change directions again for 2 passes. Although it looks like maybe I don't really have to. No, it didn't skip none on the end, so this side, this end will be okay. So I don't really have to do the headland road on this one. Now, maybe when this guy gets a little bit farther, I might go ahead and start that planter. But I don't know if I will or not. I might not. Actually. Especially considering I only have the one field that I can do for now. So yeah, it's just a matter of riding along with the helper. It gets a little bit boring. I mean, it's not boring for me personally because it's my game, so I'm making progress. And I could only, if I had to do it all by myself with no helpers, this is how it would be, so. At one time, I actually did want to, I wanted to do a map where I did all the work myself. I did not hire any helpers, but I cannot hold the controller long enough to do that. It would, I think it would be cool. But I can somewhat replicate that by just using one helper at a time and letting the helper do the work right along with it, because it kind of represents the singleness of it, the single farmer type thing, you know. So I think that's what I might do. I think I might go back to that play style instead of doing multitasking with my helpers. Now, as I was mentioning in last night's episode, I do want to buy a plow so that I can at least periodically plow the fields. The problem with the plows that I have, not plows that I have, but the problem I have with the plows is that some of them just don't work right. They skip spots at the end of a turn. They'll skip the not the length of the plow, but the width of the plow at the end, and you have to come back and catch it, or you have to just stop it right then and catch it. So you basically have to ride along with the helper anyway, or you have to come back and fix stuff that they didn't do. If we're using the plows that I like, and I haven't experimented with other plows, so perhaps not all the plows, but I use a plow that is like this cultivator and just attaches to the maybe like I guess it's the 3-point connector on the back of the tractor, as opposed to the hitch, so there's no tongue and hitch. And those are the plows that mess up. But those are the plows that I like. The one I generally like for smaller fields is the 9 meter. This cultivator is 8.3 meters. They do have like a 24 meter plow, or maybe a 22 meter and a 26 meter, something like that. But generally, I like a little bit smaller, because a 10 meter plow, or a 10 meters would be roughly 30 feet. So I am going to be buying a 30-foot header for these fields. So I might go ahead and buy like a 22-foot plow, or 22 meters. 9 foot, 10 meters would be 30 feet. So yeah, I'm going to get the 9 meter plow, because I will have like a 10 meter harvester, or the harvester will have a 10 meter header. I'm going to get the 30-foot header. And once I get that, these fields will go fast, because we'll get that modded header with the tool height adjustment. Sorry guys. So we'll be harvesting at a really quick pace. I got a cough right there. I have had a little bit of a cold. I felt pretty good the last couple days, but I did have a little bit of a cold. So I was coughing, stopped up and stuff like that, but I feel okay now. I still just have a little bit of a cough occasionally. Now, one thing I can take a look at, I want to rotate through. See, we got soybeans in here too, so that's good. Okay, you can set it back to sunflowers, but we can plant soybeans. So I can use that planter down here when I need it to do soybeans. Because I do want, like I said, I do want to rotate and put soybeans in each of our fields like every 4th time. I actually think I just had, no, this might be our 2nd field. What we just harvested might have been our 2nd field. How much sunflower? Yeah, 67,000. So this is the 2nd time we just harvested we made our 2nd harvest of sunflowers in this field. So this will be the 3rd one. So I may have to buy a plow after this. I don't have to plow it. I have periodic plowing turned off. But I still like to do periodic plowing. I like the texture of the plow, but I don't like the way the plow works that much. Because I have to keep picking the controller up and, you know, fixing stuff that the plow, like I was just explaining about the plows that I like to use. So I may or may not do that. I may do something different and just stop doing the plowing because I don't have to, other than for create a field. And on this map, I don't have to create fields. Now on this map, there are a few places where you could use the plow to create a new field, just to plow up the grassy area between 2 fields to make a one, to join those 2 together. If that's the case, then I'll buy a plow for that purpose, for the purpose of creating a new field. Otherwise, I may not even buy a plow. I may not need to. Because other than creating a new field to plow, the cultivator seems to do exactly the same thing a plow does as far as the game is concerned. You either have to plow or you have to cultivate. Now that may depend on your crop also, I don't know. But from what I'm familiar with thus far in my play experience with this game, cultivating or plowing count as the same stage. You do not have to do both, in other words. But there may be something, I don't know, like potatoes. Maybe potatoes have to be plowed. Maybe cultivating doesn't work, except I think, because I always did plowing before. I had potatoes before, but I always did plowing after I harvested, not cultivating. So I don't know how that works exactly. And at some point, I think we're going to do olives and grapes. Because we can get olive oil. I have never done those type of crops before, so I don't really know that much about them. I don't really know anything about as far as equipment and... Sorry guys, had to yawn. It's 20 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning where I live. 12:40. 12:40 in the AM. Now I believe our planter will actually go pretty quick, just because it's a much wider tool than is the cultivator or the seeder or the harvester, as far as that goes. Or at least the one we're using at the time, for the time being. I might check to see if we only have one. Yeah, we still just have the one pallet of honey over there. I don't know why it put that there, but it did. We can look at this right here for a second. We can scroll down to the bottom where our honey is. Now, as you can see, there's 0. And I think that's because we don't have a crop growing. We just harvested it and stuff. But it was showing over here that we had 5,000 liters. And it showed 5,000 liters. So for some reason, it wasn't selling, even though it's set to selling. And we ended up with a pallet sitting outside our beehive. And that is not what I wanted. Now, when we get back down to the other end, I'll show you something at the greenhouses, because I totally messed up the greenhouses when I set them up. Oh, I messed up. And you'll see when we get down here to this other end. I'll show you. Because you will see, sorry guys, got to yawn again, doing a live stream. That's all I do is yawn, yawn, yawn. You will see beside the greenhouses, we actually have produce. By a couple of them, anyway. I've got a couple with strawberries or tomatoes, I don't remember which. And lettuce. I have one that has a partial row of pallets of lettuce. And that's because I set the stuff up wrong. I thought I set it up correctly until I saw pallets of produce sitting outside of greenhouses. And I was like, what? That's not supposed to be happening. So I'm going to jump out right here, run over here right quick, just to show you what I'm talking about. Not that one, this one, see? We've got produce, and then I've got tomatoes, okay. I couldn't remember if it was strawberries or tomatoes. No, there's more lettuce and more tomatoes. Because I set them up wrong. Look how much water we have, guys. 999,584 liters. That's a lot. But that's because of this thing right here. Coolest water supply thing I've found so far is this thing right here. And it's called well, you have to go into construction construction, and you have to go into silo extensions. There it is, right there. And it's called the automatic water for animals in greenhouses. And I really like that. Actually, if you go back in here, there is where is that one? It's in containers. There is I thought it was in containers. Okay. Production? No. Oh, I'll have to try to find it again. I thought it was for sure. I thought it was in containers. There's a tank that looks like this. Dark blue. And well, I don't know where it's at. I can't remember. I don't think it's under tools. Nope. Well, I do not know where it's at, guys. Buildings, production, factories. That's where it's at, factories. Because it works like a factory. It will distribute water. There it is. Water distributor. Now that you can put anywhere on your map. It holds 1 billion gallons of water. Just like this other thing over here at our greenhouses. That one that we have, you have to put it close to whatever you want to supply with water. Like you have to put it close to an animal paddock. If it requires water, you've got to put that close to it. It has a radius, and it's either going to let you place it or it won't. Costs $5,000. This one's $5,000, holds 1 billion gallons of water, and you can put it anywhere on the map. But you have to fill it with water. It doesn't come with the water in it already. You have to put water in it. And I do not know if you could put one of the other things, I don't know if you could put that right beside a water tank and it would actually fill it for you. It might. And then you can just set it up like you can any other factory and have it distribute water, and it will evenly distribute water to whatever needs it on your whole map. So that would be cool to experiment with at some point, but I'm not going to do it yet. I might actually experiment with something like that on, well, I won't do it on Calmlands more than likely because I already have one of the other things on there. Alright, let's get this guy going over here. Ooh. Alright, there we go. And we'll follow the same pattern that we did before, except this time when we get down to the far end, we will we'll do the double headland row. What are you doing? That was not me. That was the helper. Went up there and crashed into my other tractor. Make sure this guy's going to start in the right spot. Yep, okay. And that'll let this guy work without these fences getting in the way. Because we have a fence there and we have a fence down at the other end. The fence at the other end did not interfere with our cultivator any. I don't know if this one would have because I've never gave it a chance. I got to going too fast. I can back these things up pretty good if I don't go too fast. The problem is I go too fast. Oh, I have such a habit of just hitting that trigger and holding it down and off we go. Yeah, see that fence right there? I can't sell it. I own that. No, I don't own this side, sorry. There's another house that I own the land it sits on, but apparently I don't own the structures because I can't get rid of them. And we'll let him go down and come back. And I say him, but it could be a female character that's actually driving. Because I do have female characters in this game. What? You are not done. Now, can you believe that? That guy told me he was done. And I don't even know why it would remotely think that it was finished. That it had finished its task already. Now, once we get down here, we will once again take control, change the direction, and then we can just let it run on its own. And it should do okay. I think it'll do okay. So yeah, we'll let this guy go once I get lined up here. About like this. Like that right there. We'll let this guy go. Alright. Now we just let this guy finish the field. And it won't take him too long. It'll go fairly quickly. Now see, this is one of those times when I feel like just being quiet and let the helper run. I don't know, I can't remember if I've seen a lot of the YouTubers that play this game that actually play with no commentary. For making videos, I think that would be okay, but as far as live streams, because if you're doing a live stream, you want to be able to communicate with people. Of course, you know, you can't truly communicate with people outside of chat. It's the same thing as making a video. I just can't recall if I've seen videos of this particular game that did not have commentary. Let's see here. Maybe I should drive this guy back down, or at least back down to, yeah, let's do this. Let's go back down to where our header is at down here. And we will just stay there, because I don't know what's going to be ready next. It might be that canola field right down there. So I'll just have to come back. So I will just leave the harvester right down here at this building. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to park right here. I'm just going to park right in here like this. And because I don't know where I'm going to need it next, I will just leave that sit right there for now. The truck too. Because I don't know which field will be ready next, and I don't want to just drive everything back to the farm when I don't need it at the farm. Now, I'll probably have to take control when we get over to the edge of the field, because I doubt it's going to line up. So I'll have to take control so that the machine overlaps on the field side, not out in the grass. But we've got a few more passes before we get to that point and see exactly what's going to happen. But I'm pretty sure there's a couple of places where my tool, the tool on the back of the tractor, it worked out to where from edge to edge was just perfect. I didn't have to reposition the tractor to make it look nice. But for the most part, I do have to reposition. But at least we are planting this at 11 miles an hour instead of 6. Hello, welcome, or welcome back. We're just finishing up planting this field right here. Just riding along with the helper. And like I was just saying before you pop back in, I would have to, when we get over on the other edge of this field, I will have to reposition the tractor. So I don't have all this extra, the planter is dragging along out in the grass. I like to have the overhang or the overlapping in the field. So it looks like we have what, maybe 2 more passes? Maybe 2 more passes and a very thin little strip on the edge. And that's why I have to reposition. What's it going to be? Is it going to be 2 plus a little bit, or are we going to manage? See, I don't know why it's, no, it looks like just 1 more pass after this one. So that'll be okay. I'll still reposition it though, but at least it's going to finish it with 1 more pass. And then we will go, we'll go sleep for a day. And see if we have at least 1 more field ready to harvest. I really have a feeling I'm going to end up with a bunch of fields all at the same time again. See, I don't like having all this overhang. If we just let that guy keep going straight, I got all that out there that's not doing anything. So I don't like that. I want it to be a little bit closer. So let's see if I go this right here. Well, I'm going to end up having to go all the way down to the other end just to get this thing lined up. Figure out where I want to be. Gotta go slow. Gotta go slow. Once I get back this way, as long as I have the tractor kind of in the right spot in relation to where the other planted part is, that'll be good right there. That'll work. As long as I cover the whole field. And I missed it. I missed it. I gotta move it over just a little bit. Like that. Oop. I'm going too fast. Going too fast. There we go. That's better. I have no clue which fields will be ready next. Because these crops take different lengths of time to be able to grow and be prepared to harvest. All right, we're through with this. We can fold it. Now, I do know that this machine will be used down at the other end down here before it's used up here again. We have sunflowers down here, so we will just we'll take this down this way. We'll park it down here by our farm. We'll just park it out on the road. We'll just come right down to the end down here. We can park it out in the road. Well, we'll park it in the grass. I was just going to park it on the road, but there's no traffic, so it doesn't matter. I can park there. We'll just park right here, though. Or actually, you know, it's not that much farther. That thing's really annoying me, that cone right there. Now we can just get out and we'll just run back over to the farmhouse right here. Wait a minute, let's look right here. Any chance there's a collectible down here somewhere? Let's just take a quick look. No, I don't see anything. Alright, well. Now let's sleep until the next day. This is July, we can sleep until 8 o'clock. And let's see if we have something ready to harvest. I know that's not because we just planted that, but what we want to do is go up to our map. Do we have anything ready to harvest? No, we do not. So we on this field, this one, of course these three, we have these three, and we have these four. So all we can do is sleep again. And then take a look at our map. Let's see if, oh, it's snowing overnight. Or it was raining. Probably not snowing in September. Raining. Now let's look at the map again. We still do not have anything ready to harvest. One more month and this'll be ready to harvest. We're going to sleep one more time. So we're sleep 3 months away just to get one field ready to harvest. But at least we have it ready to harvest. And then we can look and we can harvest it. And then next month, oh my goodness, we're going to have so much stuff. Actually, that might have to go one more month. No, I think that means the dark green is ready to harvest. So probably next month, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fields. So I'll have to do it like I did the last episode. The last two episodes was a 2-day month. I had to change it to a 2-day month, my settings. Because right now we're playing on 1 day months. So okay, so here's our harvester. We don't need that. We're going to come pick up this other one. Our other header's right here. And then we'll go back over here. I think we are doing really well. We're in our 10th episode. But we have, you can see there's $659,000 in our bank. And it's all ours because we've already paid off a $500,000 loan. And bought new equipment and bought a bunch of fields. It will be nice to have the bigger harvester. But like I said, I need almost $1 million. Well, I do need $1 million. Because I need 2 headers for it. And a trailer for the headers. That means 2 trailers. So we'll just get this guy right here. And off he goes. Soybeans. And we will take these and we will just put them in our silo. Do we have any soybeans in our silo right now? Soybeans, yeah, we got 14,000. We won't worry about selling them for a little while. I'd like to have a dump truck load. So now let's look at what we need. This one will be next. So we'll go ahead and take it down there. We're not going to let it run yet. We're just going to park it over here, somewhere close to where it needs to be. Probably about like that somewhere. And we'll just back up, get out of the way. And we'll just let it sit right here until we get ready to use it. And then, well, I don't know why this guy is doing this. But for some reason it does. So instead of letting it come down here and then turn around and telling me it's finished, I'll just take control of it. But we'll just go ahead and back up the rest of it because it's already more than halfway here. Now it should run okay. So then we can bring the cultivator around this way. And we'll grab our truck here in a minute, our dump truck, and bring it around here too. But we won't need it for another few minutes. So I can try to get things over here. Just kind of in preparation. Not going to start it. I'm just going to line it up so it's where it needs to be when the time comes. All I got to do is pull up to that. Well, actually I can leave it sit right at the edge of the field like this. Will be fine. Now let's go get this one. You know what? Well, yeah, I'll just get this one. I was going to say I could have used the bigger one because it plants soybeans, but we're not going to replant soybeans. We're going to put canola. We'll go back with canola. And then maybe by the time we get this down there and ready to go, we'll grab our truck and we just might have close to a full tank in our harvester. We'll see. But I want to go ahead and get everything down here. That sign is in my way right there. I was going to unfold that thing, but I decided I'm just going to wait until I get down here a little bit farther. I don't like driving around with them unfolded. I can unfold it now though. Now that we're down this far, we're close to where we need it. Okay. Now we'll bring our truck over. So the harvester will be able to make another few passes before we're ready. A couple more passes before it's ready to be emptied. We'll open the cover. Then I'll be right back, guys. Just a couple minutes. I'll leave you, I should put you back in the harvester. There we go. I'll be right back, guys. Okay guys, I'm back. Just in time too, look at that. Now, I don't know, you might prefer when I do have to step away for a minute because I'm not talking. I don't know. Now we can just turn around and place like this right here, and we'll ride along. Now that worked out okay. In a way, I'm glad I only have one field to take care of. Because once I get this field done, then that'll be a good place for me to end this live stream. So even though the last one got messed up on me because my Wi-Fi cut out, it's going to work out. I wasn't real sure how things were going to go for this live stream because I actually had to start this live stream with finishing the previous live stream, because if you were with me at that point in time, right in the middle of planting on our last field, my Wi-Fi cut out. So the stream came to an abrupt end. And I don't like to do that. I like to have a closing point. So I kind of have an idea of when I start what I'm going to be doing for that particular episode. Not always, and not it's not like it's scripted. I don't want to make it sound like, you know, it's kind of scripted, because it's not. But I pay attention to how long I've been live streaming. I don't like to do live streams that are less than 2 hours. Because if I just want to do something that's an hour or less, I can just make videos. But I like doing live streams. So I want them to be worth it as far as the length is concerned. And you'll see most of my live streams are about 4 hours. But I don't think there are any that are less than 2 hours. And I really don't want to do any that are less than 2 hours. So I'm always kind of being aware of that. Also, like, there's been a couple of times when I've been right at the end of a live stream. It's where I was planning on stopping it, but then somebody would start watching. And I'm like, well, I don't want it. Somebody just got here. I don't want to just end as soon as somebody got here. So then I would add to it. So like I said, it's not scripted, but I do have an idea of what I want to get accomplished during any given live stream. Before I started, I kind of know, like at the end of this episode, I'll kind of know what I want to do for the next episode, because like I say, for our next episode, we're going to have several fields that are ready to be harvested. And I don't know if I could do all of them in one live stream. I might can. But we'll just have to wait and see. But I don't want to end up with, I don't want to end up with a bunch of fields that I have to, that are ready to be harvested on this live stream. If I could sleep one day and get one more field after this, that I might consider doing that, but it won't work that way. We could tell by looking at the map there's going to be too many fields that are ready to be harvested into next month by sleeping one more day. So I don't want to start that until the next episode. So this will be the last field that we do for this episode. But it's going to take a while before this is done. And I do appreciate those who watch. I know there's a million other channels you could be watching, so I do appreciate it. I just realized something I don't normally do. I can give myself a thumbs up on my own live stream. So I just gave myself a like. I suppose I knew I could do that. I just never really thought about doing it. Or maybe I have done it before. I know I haven't done it in the last few episodes or whatever. I just happened to be looking over at my laptop and I saw that thumbs up and realized I can actually like my own video. But I can only do it once. Although I can do it on my cell phone too. And I could do it on my TV, but I don't know if it'll count because it's all the same account. So if I look at it on my cell phone, it may show me that I've already given myself a thumbs up. Ooh, almost. Let's get in our truck. Let's get in the truck and get ready to go. Sometimes I forget which side of the harvester that pipe's going to pop out on. And I know it's the left-hand side. Although I do think there are some harvesters where you can switch it from one side to the other. Because it like pivots from the top or something, I can't remember. I thought I saw a harvester that you could do that with. Because it prevents you from having to drive out into the crop in order to collect the grain. Because I don't like driving on the crop if I don't have to, even though I have crop damage turned off. I still don't like to do it, but I will do it. But I generally do avoid it if possible. Let's see, are we halfway? No. Well, close. Yeah, we're about halfway as far as the harvester is concerned. I was just thinking about, like, the first live stream I tried to do, I was having a difficult time because, like, when I would talk, I would hear this echo, and it would just keep repeating over and over and over again. And I really couldn't figure out what was going on. But I think it had to do with the fact that the PS5 controller has a microphone in it. So, and a speaker, so you can actually hear and you can talk just to the controller because it has that microphone in it. So you don't need a headset with a microphone boom like I'm using now. But I do not like the way the audio sounds, or the way my voice sounds coming through the microphone that's in the controller. And I don't know if it's because it's such a small microphone or what, but I know that it sounds very much different than this one. I finally figured that out, so I was able to figure out how to go into my PS5 settings and turn that microphone off that's in the controller. I have two controllers, so if the battery gets weak on one of mine, I can just go switch and start using the other controller. I don't believe that's ever happened on a live stream. Now I could go ahead and sand the fertilizer spreader just so I could get the cultivator started, but it will catch up with the harvester and then I'll just have to stop it and wait. So I don't really want to do that. I just want to do it all at one time. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to really try to move away from the multitasking. The more multitasking I'm doing, the more I have to have that controller in my hand. And that's why I don't play other games. I do play other games occasionally, but it's like I played Sniper Elite 5. But it's one of those games where you can just kind of stop, and if you need to, you can stop, set your controller down, and you'll be okay. And I thought about I might try to play some of that, do some live streaming of that. I actually beat that game. Well, I say I beat it. I made it through all the missions. I did not collect everything though. There were a few objectives that I couldn't figure out how to complete. So there were a couple of missions I got 2 stars instead of 3. So I have room for improvement in that game, but I might do some live streaming of that game too, maybe one mission at a time. And then of course on my channel I also have I've got about, I think, 3 episodes of Snow Runner. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep doing Snow Runner or not, because everything I do on there I have to do myself. We'll see. I might go back to another and do another episode on there. I've never got very far in that game. I've never completed very many of the missions. Come on, let's go, truck. Takes a while to get the thing to move forward. It has to crank it up, and then doesn't want to move, go in gear and start moving very easily or very quickly. And like I said, these soybeans we're going to put in our silo until we have the dump truck full, so we can go sell it all at one time. I gotta get me a little drink here, guys. Drink of Coke Zero. That's what I drink, Coke Zero. Sometimes I kind of like to change the camera angle. Oh, it's going to be nice, guys, when we own all these fields down here too. That field right there, that might be one I want to buy fairly quickly. Well, it doesn't have to be real quickly, but as far as down on this end of the map, that may be a field I buy before I buy any of those over there. I'll buy that one right there. I wonder how much that one costs. I haven't even looked at it. Let's take a peek. Let's see. Right here, 9. How much is that? What is that, 87? 67. Hard for me to see it. I can't hardly see it. 267. Interesting. All right, well. And we could expand that field. If you saw, we also get this area down here. So we could expand that field a little bit that way if we wanted to. I don't know that I'll do that. Let's ride back down to the other end. I want to jump out right quick and just go down to the other end of that field just to see what it looks like. But we might as well ride as far as we can, and then we'll jump out when we get down here. I just want to go look at that end of that field down there. Hopefully I won't run across there and get hit by a train. What is this stuff? Cotton. Oh, early cotton. I've not done a lot with cotton in the past. This is not a very wide field down here, is it? Pretty narrow. But yeah, this is, you know, we could put in quite a bit of field down here. I think we need to do it. I think we're going to do it. Let's go see what's over here. Is there... Behind a sign would be a good place to put a collectible. I know there are collectibles. I mean, there's got to be some down that way. And like over in this area, I did get one from out. But look, let's see. Yeah, see where we're at? We can expand that field all the way down here. So we can get a lot more crop. So we will have to do that, definitely. I don't know if I need to do it in canola. I might just turn it all into another soybean field. Or that might be a good place to maybe try some olives. I'm going to have to do some research on the olives. We're going to do olives. I think I'm going to do olives in that field because I can use the olives in the oil mill. So I think this, but before I expand it and do olives, I'm just going to try olives in this field right here. And once I own all the equipment and stuff like that, kind of figured out, then we can expand the field and take it farther. I don't know anything about doing olives, guys. I've never done it before. I just know it takes special equipment and stuff. So I will have to try to figure that out. I'll have to watch a video. I will have to go watch somebody's video. Probably a tutorial video, like Farmer Cop does a lot of tutorials. So I might go try to find one of his tutorials. Nice timing. And we have 30% in our dump truck. 31. So I'm not sure how full we'll get. Will we get 35% full? 40%? I don't know. But before we buy that field down here, guys, that's the one I was just looking at. Before we do that, we're going to buy a bigger harvester, bigger headers. So we have those for these fields down here, bigger equipment. Because that's been my goal for the last few episodes, really, is to be able to buy a bigger harvester. The one I want is, let's see, this one, the Fendt. No, wait a minute. This one, no. Where is it? What is that? Oh, that's a very small tank, ain't it? Wow. I could use that. I wonder what I could use with this. I could use that in the small field, but there's no point in doing that. These are like, wow. See, I don't really want that one. The Fendt. There we go. If I go with Midas, oh, that's just on the back side. I'm trying to figure out which one I'm looking for. Because, see, that's only 12,500 liter tank. There's, where's, well, that's the one we have right there. Where is, that's 10,500. There's one that goes up to 17,000. That was in, yeah, see, 17,000. But I thought I could get, see, that's the only one that's letting me do standard, and it's only changing the back. It's not changing the front. One of these actually let me change it. I think that one. Yeah, this is the one, and it goes up to, well, it's, okay, there we go. That's the 17,100. So yeah, see, $500,000 for this harvester. And that's with no modifications to it. And I will be doing modifications. So that's the harvester I want. And then we'll get the 30-foot header, both a regular header and a corn header. So yeah, I got to have $1 million. And as soon as I have $1 million, I'll go broke very quickly because we're going to spend it. So I might actually wait. until I have a little more than $1 million. But it won't be too much longer. Maybe a couple episodes. Maybe one more episode. But I'm thinking 2. But as quickly as possible. I want to buy that other harvester. Just for these 2 fields on this end down here. These 2 bigger fields. And I'll continue to use this one for now on the rest of them. And then later on I might buy another bigger harvester and just use this one on the 3 small fields at the farm. But we'll see. Let's see. I wonder if I'll have to help this guy, because when they turn around, they cut through the. I don't know why they turn into the field. Well, now this time it looks like. I've been wondering why it doesn't do it like this all the time, and this time it did it. That was so easy. Now it's going to back up and tell me it's done. Nope, it's going to do it. Okay, good. Let's look at headers. We want to come down to the modded header. And that's a 40-foot header. I don't want the 40-foot. I want the 30-foot. Fent. 52,000. Oh, wait. Yeah, this one. Tool height control. So we want that one, and that's how much? 52,000 for the 30-foot. And then we need a corn header, and I think we have to go with this one. I think this is the one that works. Yeah, see, there's our harvester right there, the Fent. So we got to use that one, but let's see if we can find that one. There it is. Tool height control, another 95,000. But that's the one we want. Okay. Whew. All right. Well. So we need $1 million. We don't really need a full $1 million. $1 million will leave us some money, because the harvester's $419. Corn header was $100,000. So that's $519. I probably have enough right now. I could buy that harvester and stuff. So maybe after I sell the soybeans for the next time. I got lucky, guys. I was able to not leave a little tiny strip on the edge of this field right here. I thought I was going to have to make another pass coming back, but I did not. And look at that, 98%. 98% full. Nice. Oh, I'm so tempted to go buy that harvester. But I'm going to wait until this field is ready to harvest again. And then because I'll have more soybeans I can sell. We have other fields of soybeans growing. So then I will be able to, I'll go sell my soybeans. Now I'm just going to get this out of the way while I get my fertilizer spreader started. And then we will drive it back. But we got to get our truck and get it out of the field. So we're just going to put this right here for now. Okay, now oh, did I already pass it? Yeah. Alright. Let's just send this guy. And then what I will do is I will go ahead and send this guy but I'm not going to do a lot of multitasking. In this case I will let that cultivator get started though. Because nothing's in the way of this guy, he won't have to stop. So this will only take a few minutes for this guy. Will only take a couple minutes. We don't have to worry about the cultivator catching up. And the cultivator shouldn't have any problems. I don't recall it having any problems. The seeder does. I have to help the seeder to get started. It always messes up down here on its second pass for one reason or another. Let's get this guy lined up over here. I'm not going to send this guy yet, because I just don't want to be doing all this multitasking. I'm just going to get it lined up, ready to go. Make sure this guy don't have no problems getting turned around. He won't have no problems turning around, but for some reason the seeder like backs up like the harvester did, and then it wants to turn around and it wants to seed like about maybe 1/3 of this pass, and it leaves another second, this end blank. It doesn't do anything. So now this guy may decide, when he gets over closer to on the right hand side over here, when he comes up at this top end where the field is curved, he may think he's done when he's not done. I don't know. I may have to help him. I don't think I've ever really, I have let the helper do the work, but a lot of times I've repositioned the fertilizer spreader, especially when I'm multitasking, because I'll have to stop or it'll pass up the harvester, and that doesn't help us any. So I think this is the first time I will have let the helper completely do this field, other than the final pass. I may have to do it myself. It depends on how wide it is. We can narrow the swath. So I guess that's what you would call it. Of the fertilizer spreader, we can make it more narrow, but only if we do it manually, not if we use the helper. If you use the helper, if you look at the... What? Okay, that's weird. What is that? Why is that? That's really strange. It's not showing me how I can... It's supposed to let me change the width. Toggle map view. What does that mean? Oh. It's supposed to let me change the, maybe because I have the helper in there, it won't let me. We'll see. Alright, what is this guy doing? What are you doing? Oh. I don't know if it's going to back up. I'll probably have to come back up and do part of this myself. Well, I'm just going to let it run. I'll come back and do it myself. So see how this narrow strip we're going to have over on that side? I think if I fire the helper, I think because I have the helper in there, it's not showing me that I can narrow the spreader width. So we'll look at that here in just a second. I think that's why it's not showing it to me. Okay, fire. Yeah, now you can see the blue bars down at the bottom. If we hit the L1 button, press R3, we can actually narrow it down, but only if we're doing it manually. We cannot change the width for a helper. The helper will only do it on the maximum. So this part I do myself. It would be nice if you could actually change that with the helper also. I don't know why you can't. Maybe because it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it does in this case, because if you have the helper buying fertilizer like I do, then we have to I was hoping that would cover. There we go. All right. Okay, I got it. Now let's put it back maximum. I don't know why I parked that there. That's not the best place for it, because if I want to be able to get something out of it, I really am going to have to figure out where am I going to put this thing. For now, well, gosh, I don't have any place. really good, any good spot to keep this thing parked. And it can stay on this end. I don't need to take it down there. I'm just going to put it over here by this fence for now. I'm not going to send that yet. I don't want to be multitasking. Just going to ride along with the cultivator now. So I do think that field right there will be a good place to learn about olives. Simply because it's very close to our oil mill. And that will have sunflowers, canola, and olives close to the working mill where we want it. And like I said, I've never done olives before, so I will look for a video to see if I can just learn a little bit about the equipment and the steps involved to it. I don't even know how involved it's going to be. And I don't think this map has I don't think it has olives on it. See, it shows all our fields need rolling. I'm not rolling. Okay, that shows me my equipment. Stuff like that. Here, olives is a dark brown color. And I am not seeing, is that it? No, I think that's sorghum. There is olives. I see olives, but I'm having trouble distinguishing that color, actually. So I'm curious, what is in this field down here? I really am curious. What are growing in those fields? So let's go over there for a second and take a look while our cultivator runs. See, I go too fast. This truck just takes off like a bullet compared to other. And it's such a short wheelbase. Oh my gosh. Hard to drive. Okay, where was... Okay, so on the back side of these fields, because we want to buy this big field right here. And then what's over here? See, those are not olives. So what is that? What's dark brown? Sorghum. Okay. I thought it might be, but then I thought, no, there's... So maybe we don't actually have any olives on this map. Is what I'm kind of guessing at this point. And I don't want to have to run all over the place to figure it out. So that looks like it's barley. I have these subtle color changes. And I just can't tell. It looked like the darkest brown was olives, but I don't even see any olives in the on the map. So that I was hoping I'd find a field that already had olives in it, to where I could just well, all right. Well, that's not what I was wanting to find out. Not what I was wanting to find out. Oh, what was that? I saw something. Oh, it's just a manhole cover. I just saw that color right there, and I'm like, ooh, is that a collectible? But no, it is not. Here, let's do something. It'll be fun. It will respawn, but it'll be fun. For the moment, anyway. It'll be cool. Look here. We'll take the cone with us. It won't stay there. Once we exit, maybe I should, can I actually unfold car? Okay, just the tailgate. R3. Well, I don't have any, apparently I don't have any tensioner belts on this one. Oh yeah, I do too. I see it. Fasten tension. All right. Okay, so it shows that it's fastened. Let's see if it moves around back there. Yeah. So apparently it's not fastened very good. It says it's fastened. There's another one right there I just ran over. It goes right here by our mailbox though. But this is cool. Oop. Now, like I said, the next time we exit and come back, that will respawn back down there where it was. But it's cool that you can take stuff like that. You just can't keep it. Now you can buy, I don't know if you can buy that barrel particularly, but I do know that you can buy stuff like that, because I bought a couple of things like that, but not that particular one. But I have bought some other stuff, but like the cones and stuff. On my no man's land, I have I bought some stuff. It looks real cool. We might look at that. Maybe we could look at it at the end of this episode. We'll go take a look at my no man's land, what I have on it already. But I think if actually we might play on that at some point. I might incorporate it into a series. I haven't done any live streams on there. I just was playing it off camera. That was before I decided to start doing the live streams. But we might jump in on it and start doing live streams on it too. I'm not real far advanced on it, and I don't have any real direction. But yeah, when we get done with this, then we can go look at my no man's land. I do need to go back on Calm Lands, but it's kind of hard to do jumping back and forth from one map to another because they're different. You get that mindset of what you're doing, like we're looking at doing olives and getting a harvester and stuff like that on this map, but the strategy for Calm Lands is a totally different thing. As in No Man's Land is basically the same as Calm Lands, with the exception that my field shapes on No Man's Land, I like to have rectangular shaped fields. I like all 90-degree angled fields, straight lines. But on Calm Lands, if you've watched any of those or you've hung out with me while I was doing Calm Lands, I don't do the 90-degree cornered fields, square and rectangular fields. They all have curved edges and stuff like that. Doesn't mean there won't be a short distance that might be straight on one part of it, but we might pop in there too. We might go take a look. We'll take a look at Calm Lands, and we'll take a look at my No Man's Land when we get done with this field. I'm pretty sure I saw somebody else in a video was able to exit out to that. Actually, because I start my, I know I can go to that screen while I'm live streaming because I go to that screen when we come into the game, so I can exit back out. To the start screen, and then we'll look at both of those maps and you can see what we've got going on. Perhaps you haven't seen any of the Calm Lands that I've got so far. I've got 20 episodes of it, and I like it. I like the way it's coming along. It's different. So we'll take a quick look at it. We'll just go into like construction mode or something like that. Just to take a quick look. It's not real big, but I don't need to drive around on it. You can't really see what's going on. We might just look at the map, jump in there, open up a map so you can see what we've got going on. But we'll take like an aerial view, maybe in the construction mode. And then we'll do the same thing for No Man's Land. And like I said, I haven't done any live streaming of the No Man's Land. I was going to restart No Man's Land, but for the purpose of doing live streaming. But I think if I do decide to do it and to start doing some stuff on their live streaming, that I'll just use what I already have, because I don't have a lot, and I like the way I have it set up. So yeah, we'll go take a look at those two maps when we're done with this. And that'll be the end of our live stream. That's where we'll end it. I was mentioning earlier, I don't know, I don't know that if I've ever watched anybody live stream this game or not, but I'm not sure, like the other people that have made videos, and they do video series, do they complete a series on one map? Do they take one map to a point to where they feel like they're finished on that map? Not because they own the whole map or anything like that, but just because they feel like, okay, we've gone about as far as we can go on this map. It's time to start something new. Or do they have series, more than one series, that they're actually recording at the same time? You know, so, I mean, is it like, if say they have 50 episodes for a series, do they do all 50 of those episodes before they move to a new map and then they do 50, or maybe that one's going to be 74 or whatever? Do they start one and go to completion, or are they doing multiple maps at the same time? I don't know. So I have 2 series going on at the same time, Calmlands and Elm Creek. But I also have that 3rd map. And I was thinking I could only have four maps at one time. I think I can have 10. I didn't realize that until like just a couple days ago. I think maybe there's 10 slots, so I can have 10 different maps going on at the same time. I won't do that. That would be too much on me to try to figure out and keep track of. And it would be kind of cool to do a forestry map. So if I was to start a 4th map, it would have to be forestry, and I'm not that familiar with forestry. I've done a little bit. I don't know that I have the patience for it. In fact, I did have another map that I had started, and it was a forestry map, and I really thought, man, I want to learn how to do some of this forestry stuff, use the equipment and stuff like that, because it's part of the game. But I just was having so much trouble with the equipment that I just said, forget it. But I really would like to try that. So that's something I might do too. Because I mean, farming is farming. It doesn't matter what map you're playing it on. Planting a field like this is planting a field like this. So it doesn't matter whether we're watching it on No Man's Land, Calmlands, Elm Creek. It doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. Forestry is different. So maybe I should be doing like one farming series and one forestry series. But I think I can get away with doing multiple maps on the farming, because like I just was explaining, on the different maps I have different strategies, different techniques, different shape fields. It's just I just do them differently, so they do feel different, even though it's the same thing. But you end up with a different I mean, aesthetics might be the right word. Aesthetics. Especially like when you look at the map, because like the map of Calmlands, you don't see square and rectangular shaped fields. On No Man's Land, that's all you will see are basically rectangular shaped fields. I doubt any of them will actually be square. They'll be rectangular. But when you pull the map up, that's what you'll see. And you'll see that when we get done with this when we get done planting this field and we go take a look at our other two maps, you'll see that it looks different. So it is cool to have that difference between the maps. And that's why I like playing them that way. Because when I'm playing it also allows me to feel like I'm doing something different. Because in a way I am. All right, we've been streaming for 3 hours now. And we've probably got another hour to go by the time this guy finishes and then the seeder finishes. One thing I do need to do before I forget is I got that set for soybeans. You can look down here right by the speedometer at the bottom section, the bottom blue bar. It tells me I've got soybeans. That's the seed I'm planting. I do need to change that to canola. This is wheat. If you look at the icon there, wheat, barley, oats, canola, soybeans, sorghum, grass. Where is that grass? No, that might not be grass. What is that? I'm not even looking. That's an oilseed radish. You can look up on the menu up there too, and it'll tell you what it is. I'm trying to learn what the icons are. So that's radishes, and there's grass. And then back to wheat. We want canola. Okay. Oh, see? Now this is where multitasking can get you in trouble, because I could have this guy, I could think this guy's working, my seeder could be coming right up behind this guy, and then here he is, he's just sitting over here because he thought he was done. And why they turn around, look at it, and think they're done, I don't understand it. And that's kind of the stuff that I hope when the next iteration of this game is released, that some of these things have been corrected or improved upon. I don't necessarily want to say corrected, because I cannot, I couldn't make one of these games, okay? I do not have the programming skills to be able to write the software for one of these games. So hats off to those who can. And figuring out ways to, like, improve some of the issues. And that would be definitely be one of the issues. When they turn around and they're looking at what they're supposed to be doing and they say they completed their task, that does not make sense. So there are a few things I hope that will be improved upon. Also, like I mentioned earlier, the plows. Some of the plows, you have to help them because they skip little spots at the end of each row. When it turns around, it doesn't actually start at the edge of the field. It pulls out a tiny bit and then starts, and it leaves that unplowed space. And it doesn't matter if you do a headland row or whatever, it just does that. And it's like, man, so when I'm using a plow, I have to help it a lot. Now, I was talking about the harvester earlier. It's $419,000, but that's uncustomized. having making no modifications. I'll see it did it again. This guy will be through another 10 minutes or so, maybe. Let's see, it's 2:36 where I live right now, 2:36 in the morning. We'll see what time it is when this guy gets done. See if that 10-minute guess is close. It might not take that long. And the seeder will take even longer than the cultivator because it's smaller. This cultivator does a path that is 8.3 meters wide, and the seeder is 6 meters wide. So this cultivator is almost half again as wide as the seeder. So it gets done in what, about 2/3 of the time? Not quite 2/3. Maybe more like 3/4 of the time. Because we're only 8.3 meters wide, not 9. So I might let this guy make another pass or two, and then I'll go ahead and start the seeder. I could go ahead and start it now. I have to follow it. I have to stay with it for the first pass so I can reposition it for the second pass. Otherwise, it's going to back up just like the harvester did. And I don't know that I've seen the harvester do that before. Are we going to stop again? No, this time he's going to go. All right, so let's go ahead and start this guy. I wasn't going to multitask, but it won't hurt to do just a slight bit of it. And we're just going to ride with this guy all the way down to the end. I'm not sure what causes. See that? It looks flat, but it acts like it slows down. It kind of bogs down a little bit right there in that one spot. So I don't really know why it does that. Now we'll give this guy a chance to see if it'll do the right thing when it gets down to the bottom. But more than likely, we're going to have to take control and restart it. This always seems to mess up on this first pass. See, this is what the harvester did. See how it's just backing all the way up here? So we're going to fire that guy. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't remember it ever doing that when I played on this map before. Alright. Now he should do okay. Shouldn't have any problems. So we can go back with this guy now. I always have to do that for some reason with the cedar. Well, it looks like it might take more than 10 minutes from the time I said maybe 10 minutes. Because I think it's been 9 minutes already. I think it was 2:32. It is now 2:42. So I was off a little bit. That's okay. We'll see how long it takes for the cedar to get done. We'll just try to remember 2:40. We'll see what time it is when the cedar gets done. See how long it takes for it to do this entire field. Maybe about an hour. I don't know. Maybe longer than an hour. I've never really timed just to see exactly how long it does take. Now, once we get up here and turn around, well, we're not even going to turn around. When we get up to the end here, I will reposition the cultivator. Because I can already tell that this last pass, about half that cultivator would be overhanging out into the grass, and I don't want that. I would rather overlap on the inside. See, we would be like this. And I don't like the way this looks. Get away from that tree. Where I have that much of my equipment out in the grass. I would rather have it overlapping in the field as opposed to being out in the grass like that. It just to me it looks better. So instead of taking 10 minutes, it took roughly, well, about 13. Yeah, about 13 minutes, between 13 and 14. Well, it just hit 2:45. So yeah, between 13, 14 minutes. Now we're just going to go park this up here. I thought about, you know what? I've got the cedar going. Let's just check on it. Let's double check it, make sure it's going okay. Yeah, it's just that one. The second pass is where it messes up. Now, we can go ahead and take this. We'll take this back up. We'll take it back over to the farm. We're going to let the cedar run there for a minute by itself. Now, as we're working to get enough money to be able to buy our harvester, we got to take this over and repair it. We are also producing grain to put in our silo for the purpose of putting in our grain mill before we buy the grain mill. I wish I could do this repair stuff from inside. Doesn't do any good to repair paint. And you don't need to repair the weight because it's not going to change. It might change the value of it, but it's not going to change the performance. I've never done a repair on a weight. We're just going to park over here. I'm okay with that. We may end up being over here, over there. Ooh. Yeah, that was the guy, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, that was me. Funny. Oh my gosh. All right. Now we can just ride along with this guy. But let me check something. Oh, why did I unfold that? Probably hit the wrong button. What we can do, since I repaired it, I should just bring it over here and refuel it. Like that. We get free fuel. That tank was not free. That tank was about $88,000, I think. I don't know how long it would take to actually use $88,000 worth of fuel, but I play it as though if you buy that tank, you get a lifetime supply of fuel. It comes with the lifetime supply of fuel included because it is so expensive, $88,000. I'm kind of anxious to go look at the other maps now. Oh, I gotta remember, I gotta put some fuel in this thing. The maintenance is okay, but apparently when I performed maintenance, I didn't take it and put fuel in it. So I definitely will have to take it and put fuel in it when we're done. So we've been 10 minutes planting, and we've got that much done. So yeah, I'm probably about an hour is what I'm guessing. I'm going to stick with that. You see how close I am to it. Now, unfortunately, I cannot leave this guy run and go look at the other maps and then come back. And this guy still be working, of course, because you can't exit the map and they keep working on it. So we can't go look at the other maps until this one's finished. Well, we could. I could save it and then exit out, go look at the other maps, and then come back and finish this. But I don't want to do that. I want to get this done and then go look at the other maps. One thing we can do, let's go up here. Do we see Olive Technology right there? $306,000. It plants olives. Now see, I'm not seeing anything. We have tires, so there's really no point in doing anything with that. Gosh, I don't know how to use that. I don't know, is that all you need? That's an, because it's not showing me anything else. Gosh. Yeah, I am definitely 4 miles an hour. Woo. Oh, look there. 93,000. Oh, that's only 9 meters. Well, that's 9 meters as opposed to the 6 meters that I'm using. Or is that the same thing? No, that's not what I'm using. Whoa. Well, I'm not going to buy either of those right now. But if I come across that again, this right here, if you're not familiar, you can buy a used vehicle. They probably need some repair. I didn't know it was pink. It's white in that picture. That's interesting. That would not be a bad thing to buy right there. Wow. I could spend some money. I'm not going to. Because this is 6 meters. I could jump up to 9 meters. Wonder what I could sell this for. Let's just look. Let's just look and see what it says. Can't hurt nothing. we can sell it for $36,000. So I don't want to do that right now, but 36,000. And this was how much? 49. So it wouldn't cost us that much money, actually, guys. It would not cost that much money. It only cost us 13,000. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. No, wait. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's only going to cost us about 13. Well, it's not going to be repaired. We'll have to repair it, but still, as you know, I don't mind spending a little bit of money. I don't want to get up there and start spending a bunch of money, but I don't mind spending just a little bit. So we'll take care of that. We'll do that. And I don't like driving across our crops. So I will drive around it. Although straight across is a lot quicker. Now we will have to unload this one, and then we'll load it back up. So let's just unload it like right here. We want to unload. And then we're going to go sell it over here. Now I have to be careful. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect. Because once before, I actually sold my tractor. And I did not mean I had to go buy a new tractor. So, we have 39,000. That's 39,000. We got even more money for bringing it over here. Had we have sold it from our garage, we'd have got 36,000. We're gonna get 39,000. So, yes. Okay. And then what we want to do is we want to buy this for 49. So $10,000 is what it cost us. But like I said, it will need to be repaired. And I don't know how much that will cost, but we've got $10,000 invested in it right now. Now, let's go pick up what we need to pick up over here. Whoa. We got a lot of extra seeds sitting over here, don't we? What about fertilizer? Let's come around this way. We did not get very much fertilizer, did we? So that tells me there wasn't much left. We got a bunch of seed over there we can come back and pick up later on. It doesn't hold very much seed, does it? We got to fill it up with fertilizer, guys. And this is the very reason I had to find a new place for the fertilizer spreader. I'm not getting it to fill. There it goes. Now let's make sure we set this up for canola. Wait a minute. I need to check something. Oh, well. Okay, wait a minute. Oh no. That was not the right thing to do, guys. That was not the right thing to do. Well, I can finish this field with this, and I'll correct it in the. I will correct it in the. Folding is not allowed while the tool is attached to the attacher joint. See, what does that mean? I'm trying to unfold it. Well, that's not even going to work. What is going on? Alright, we're going to take it back, guys. And this time, that's disturbing. They won't even let me unfold it and use it. Okay. Wow. How is that? Now you gotta go buy the one I just had again. And now we're gonna have a bunch of stuff sitting over here that we don't need. Yeah, it's not letting me do what I want to with it, so. Well, shoot. That was a big waste of time. So now I'm not going to know how long it would have took me to do the field. Oh man, oh well. Because I just wasted all this time doing this. Sell it for $30,000. I paid $49,000 for it. Lost a bunch of money. So now we have to do. Where are my cedars? Where is the one I had? Right here. 6 meters. $120,000. But I don't have a choice. I have to have it. Unbelievable. An unbelievable mistake on my part, guys. Now I'm farther away from the big harvester. Oh no, man. Well, I got to get a little bit closer. Why is it not, or is that all just fertilizer left now? Must be just fertilizer left. Alright, we'll go get some more seed. Not that we actually need it, but we might as well fill the thing up. Darn it. Oh well, it is what it is. I actually thought I could save a little bit of time grabbing the bigger cedar. But it was under cedars, but it was doing no. Oh, that's where I kind of messed up. I was thinking cedar, but it was actually a planter. I just wasn't paying attention, I guess. Anyway, like I said, a mistake on my part. But we have a brand new cedar, guys. Oh, oh. Ooh. Oh, I've got one bad spot right here. I got to do something, guys. I got to fix that because I forgot to change. My seed type. I do that a lot. I'm getting better at it, but I forget. Oh yeah, you got to tell it. So I got to bring a cultivator back down and cultivate that one little spot right there. And then I'll replant it. But I think I got to re-fertilize it. Maybe not. No, it's already been fertilized. One layer. Yeah, I should not have done what I just did. Well, I mean, it was a good idea. It just wasn't the right equipment. Because I was buying it from on sale. I didn't realize, I didn't pay any attention to it. I didn't realize it was a planter, not a seeder. We just want to come right here. We're just going to come right here. And just like this. And then we will go over here like this. And restart it. And make sure we are on canola. So that one little spot looks a little bit funny back there. Let me jump out right quick. Let's just see. So I don't know what all these stones are for. 76%, 80-some% fertilized. It's not 100% fertilized, but not like that. But that's okay. That one little spot, we will lose a slight amount of yield, but that's not going to hurt us. So now we can take this back. And let the planter continue what it's doing, or the seeder. Seeders, planters, that all gets so confusing to me. I kind of refer to all of them as planters because I'm actually planting. I had to do something there, guys, so I had to take my hand off the controller for a minute. Now we'll just take this guy back. And I'm just going to park it right there. That's good enough. And now we'll go back and ride along with this guy. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that I made that big mistake, man. It cost us a lot of money, and it cost a lot of time. It didn't take real long to do all that, but I cannot calculate now how long it actually took to do this field with the planter. Or with the seeder. Well, at least we're back at it. So what's done is done. Now we'll just move forward from there. But I can say we have a brand new piece of equipment out of it. But it says 38 hours. But this particular piece of equipment has not been used 38 hours. One like it has been. So that's kind of interesting. Why did it say 38 hours? For this particular piece of equipment. Let's go up here. Let's look at something in the menu. There is a place up here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, I don't even know. What is that thing? It is the Kuhn Espro. The Kuhn Espro. Kuhn Axis. Now see, it's not showing me that I have any equipment that's brand new. So that's very interesting. I've got some that's really weird. Okay, I don't understand all that stuff. No, I don't know why this says it's got 38 hours on it when it's a brand new piece of equipment. But it is what it is. But you can look at it and tell it's new because it's clean. All right, let's see where we're at. Where are we at? Are we halfway? Well, about halfway. So it's 3:17, 3:18 in the morning. So 3:48 would make it an hour. That's a half hour from now. We're about halfway. Well, we're not quite halfway. But let's just see where we're at. Oh yeah, it's oh well. I wanted to time it and see how long it took for the seeder to plant to get this field planted, but maybe next time I'll remember. Maybe next time I won't mess up. It's a good thing we were able to recover from that, because in the very beginning of this series, episode 1, I went to sell a piece of equipment to trade it out for a different piece of equipment. And when I pulled in there to sell that piece of equipment, I didn't detach it from my tractor, and I wasn't paying attention, and I sold my tractor. And I had to buy another tractor. And I think because of that, I had to take out a loan. I wasn't going to take out a loan, but because I sold my tractor, then I had to take out a loan because I didn't have enough money to buy the tractor. I suppose I could have exited, but I was doing a live stream, so I couldn't really just end the live stream and say, okay, well, I've got to end it here so I can exit without saving and come back in and get my tractor back. And I could have done that, but not when you're doing a live stream. So we just had to improvise and take out a loan. And of course, I decided if I'm going to take out a loan, I might as well take out a maximum loan. And when I do that, I try to pay it off as quickly as I can. So it took about 3 episodes. Maybe it was the third, maybe even the fourth episode. I can't remember when we actually paid off the loan. I'm thinking the third, but it might have been the fourth. But we paid off 50,000. I think in the second episode we paid off 50,000. The third episode we didn't pay anything back, maybe. And maybe in the fourth episode we paid it all off. Or the fifth episode. I can't remember, and I'm not going to go back to watch to find out. But as quickly as possible we paid it off. Now, I may have to help this guy a little bit too when he gets a little bit closer to the steeper curve in his field. But he's got a ways to go before he gets over there yet. He's about halfway done now. Close to halfway done. Well, yeah, that's probably about half right there. Well, guys, I was hoping to speed this up just a little bit. Let's take a look at something. Cedars. See, I like these kind of cedars also, but it's only 4 meters. It would be nice if you could actually make it wider. That's really unfortunate. It only does seeds also. What is that? That's 3 meters. And then you have like this right here, which is 6 meters. And I think you have to have that tank right there, but I like these kind of setups, to be honest. Yeah, I have to have that too, and it does both. And it is a cedar. It's 6 meters. It's the same width as what I have right there. A lot cheaper, but you got to have that and that. I like that setup, so I may at some point do something with this right here too, maybe for the farm. But you have to have, like, I'd have to have what, a large tractor? What about would a medium tractor pull 300 horsepower? Let's see if we have a 300 horsepower. Well, there we go. Yeah, 305. And this one is what? 320. So I could buy another one of those. do the other setup, which I do like too. So I may at some point look into buying one of those kind of setups. For the smaller fields. There's probably something better I could get. I might have to, gosh. See, we might have to go with something like this. But now that only does the seed. It doesn't do seed and, that one does seed and fertilizer, and it's 15 meters. 200,000. That's 4 meters. That's no good. But that's 15 meters. And it does both. 8 meters. But it only does seed. So yeah, we're kind of limited on what we can do. That's 6 meters. It does both. What's it look like? Interesting. Well, I may go with the tractor setup. I like things that are attached to the tractor. Not the hitch, but with the like the 3-point system and stuff. Especially when it comes to backing up and stuff. But I can back up these type of tools as long as I go slow, take my time. But I do like the other type of setup. So I may end up doing that, but it costs quite a bit of money to do that. So that is not going to be anything that's done right away. But as we get more fields, we've got to have more equipment. Oh, welcome back. Or welcome if you're just now joining. But somehow I suspect that you've been watching, now you're back out again, okay? And we have now been live streaming for 4 hours. I think I need to learn how to use that train also. I've never used it before, but it's something I probably should learn to do, because we can actually make more money on our crops if we look right here. Soybeans, 4,200, 4,200, 4,200, 4,800 Gold Crest. So we get $600 more for going to Gold Crest. But you have to know how to use the train. Plus you have to rent that train for $1,000 an hour. And I don't know how long it takes to get to Gold Crest. I just, like I said, I've never used a train before, so I don't know anything about that. So I may learn to use it, I may not learn to use it. I don't know how important it's going to be. It's like finding collectibles on this map. They're really not that important. It would be cool to find all of them though. And I know where some of them are, but there's some of them that are up on rooftops, a couple of them. And I just don't have no way to get up there. I know I could lease a telehandler. And I would be able to use it to get up on rooftops. And I can't remember. Seems like I saw somebody use a ladder for one of them. But we have one that's up on the top of a weather vane. Actually, there's one on the roof at the dealership. We might do something right quick while this guy is running. Let's do this. Let's go down here. Let's go construction mode. And then let's go this way. Let's go over here to the dealership. See that? I don't know how we're going to get up there. A telehandler, if I get a telehandler, it can take us up there. But then let's go look at something else. There was one which I already got. I'm trying to look and see if maybe I wonder if we can spot anything. There was one up on top of these steps. What about this ladder? Can I pick up that ladder? I don't know. That would be something to go find out. If I could pick up the ladder at the grocery store and take it over to the farmer's market. Let's go back in here. Let's go to the farmer's market, which is around this way. Around this way. Up here. Around this way and right here. Now look. Whoops. Look here. Right on top of this weather vane. So we have to have a ladder or something we can get up there with. So maybe if I can pick up that other ladder. Now what I thought would be interesting, I wanted to see if I could tell, there was one over here up on this roof that I got already from right there. I think it was, I can't remember if I can pick this up. I'll have to come back and check, because I did not check to see if I could pick that up or not. I'm not sure what all this stuff is up here. Is there anything we can buy? We can. We can buy this. Is this a sawmill? Wow. Except I'm not doing what I was doing was just taking a quick look right here, guys, just to see if I could spot a collectible. Because I have not looked around. There's a ladder hanging on the wall. Whoa. A ladder hanging on the wall. I don't know that it would do us any good to buy a sawmill. Not that, because I don't know that I have any trees I want to do anything with. I'm not sure where I would get the trees. This is not a forestry map. I mean, it's cool and all. I don't see any collectibles. Huh. You would think there might be one around. Well, it seems like there might be one around. Oh well. Our money is going down, down, down. But it's okay. We'll be harvesting soybeans soon. And we have we've got soybeans going, so we can make some cash. And then we'll be able to buy our harvester. We have been live streaming for 4 hours. Now I am starting to get tired. It's 3:40 in the morning where I live, and I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Just over 4 hours. So now I'm debating on whether I want to go look at Calm Lands and No Man's Land. Look out, tractor. Boy, I thought he was going to pull out there and get himself hit by the train. I think I better plug in my laptop, guys. All right, getting closer. So I think, guys, if there's nobody watching when I get done with this field, then we'll just we'll skip the tour of Calm Lands and No Man's Land. I was going to do that simply because I was talking about it. There was somebody watching the live stream at that time. Because I have Calm Lands on, a series on Calm Lands on here. So you can check out one of those videos if you're watching this after it's just posted as a video. Of course, I do not have No Man's Land as a series on here, but I will do a tour of it. I don't have a whole lot going on it, but I will do a tour of it at some point on a live stream when I have somebody watching. I will start a series on No Man's Land at some point. I don't know if it'll be on the No Man's Land that I have right now, though. Because I think on the... I don't have trees on that map. I eliminated all the trees. There was a signpost that you could cut down and it would remove all the trees. And then I had one, there was a signpost that you could cut down to remove all the rocks. So I did both of those because I hadn't done that before. I wanted to see what it was like. I like the map with the trees on it. So what I may do is start a new No Man's Land. And while I do the series on the new No Man's Land, I may show the existing No Man's Land so you can see the difference in the map with the trees and rocks and without the trees and rocks. I think maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just show you a contrast, and I'll when I get ready to do No Man's Land, I will start a new one that has the trees and rocks, and I'll leave the trees and rocks on it because I do like the trees on the map. I like it. I think I like it better with the trees than I do without the trees. But we'll see. But I do like the setup that I have on my existing No Man's Land. As far as where, like, our sleep point is and stuff like that, I do like it. Oh. Yeah, I'm getting tired. Oh, this will be done soon. Now, I may have to help this guy. I don't know if you can negotiate the angle of the edge of this field. Sometimes they turn around, they back up a little bit, and then they say they're done right here on this pass and the next one. See how far back? I told you. It's right here in this spot every time. So I called it on that one. And it will probably do the same thing on the next pass when it gets back to this end. And then after that, it should be okay. But it seems like they do it twice. One, two, three, maybe four more passes. Or maybe three more. We'll see. I can't tell. No, I think it's probably going to take four. I could be wrong though. Now let's see if it's going to do that same thing again. Get turned around and then say, oh, I'm done. Maybe it won't do it this time. I don't know. It seems like it was doing it twice. Or the cultivator did it twice. Is the seeder going to do it twice? Yep. Oh no, it went ahead. Okay, so it don't. Seeder only did it once. Cultivator did it twice. So there's one pass, two pass. I think it's going to do. I think it's going to have a narrow little strip at the end. But maybe not. Yeah, but I look at, well, it might be, it's going to be close. Well, yeah, it looks like one pass after this one. Looks like we will be able to catch the whole thing. I wasn't sure if we could or not. Well, I'm still not sure. As it so happens to be. But yeah, I think so. I think we can catch it all in one pass. I may have to reposition it just a little bit though, so it's not overlapping. We shall find out very quickly. And it's going to be 4 o'clock in the morning by the time we get finished. So an hour for this thing to seed this field was pretty close guess. I think it took just a little bit more than an hour. But maybe not too much more than an hour. I hope that catches the whole thing. It's not going to. And it's overlapping, see? That's what I was saying. I might have to reposition it so it doesn't overlap. Now it can go. So the helper would have actually left a little narrow, little tiny strip right on this end when it wouldn't even be necessary to do that. So that's kind of a bummer. Now we can just fold it up. We'll return it. We'll take it back. I think we can come right through here. Yep. And then we can just take it back over to the farm. We need to go fuel up. And maybe I should just go ahead and repair it while we're there. I don't think the seeder itself will really need repaired much anyway. Because I already repaired the tractor before we started, but if I'm going to fill it up with fuel, I might as well go ahead and repair it also. The only thing about repairing it is you have to get out. And that's kind of a bummer. But I can't repair it from inside the tractor. It would be kind of nice if you had like a repair shop you could pull into and you tell it to repair and it just repaired everything. You'd spend a little bit more money that way because it would repair the weight on the front of the tractor if it was an independently purchased weight. See that purple tractor right there? The weight on it is attached. It's part of the tractor. So when you repair that one, it, you know, repairs any damage that might have been done to the weight as well. This one has a separate weight. And we do not worry about repairing that. So we have repair for $1,000. Yes. And then we're not going to worry about repairing this right here. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't help us or hurt us. And this is full enough. We'll go ahead and just top it off. Just to top it off. And then we'll go get some fuel. Let's go this way. And then let's swing around this way. refuel. There we go. And then we'll just come park over here. We can just park like that. That one can stay there because it's full, or I mean it's been repaired and topped off with fuel. This is not too bad, so I don't have to worry about it right now. I'm just going to go park it down here where our other header is. Avoid that street sign right there. We're just going to go park down here where I put the headers. Well, yeah, because I don't know whether sunflowers are going to be done next or whether a different crop will be. So I don't know which header I'm going to need. So I'm just going to park over here for now. I'm just going to park right here. That's the last piece of equipment that's over here. And it does not need any maintenance or anything like that. It's good to go. All right. Whoa! Whoa, I almost got that street sign. That's fine. This thing can park right here. Now I do want to check one thing out. That's okay. I don't really need anything there. That one's that's good. So everything is pretty good now. Repaired and got fuel in it. Okay. So let's just leave it sit right there like that. We're going to go over to the house. Let's go over here for a second. Just take a look around, make sure I don't see a collectible somewhere. Because I did think there was a sign someplace where there was a collectible behind the sign. I'm not finding that. So and I think I did come through and check all this stuff over here before. So that's okay. Let's go over here to the house. Now we're not going to sleep. I am going to save the game. And that's going to wrap it up for this episode, guys. I appreciate you watching. Those of you who stopped by, I appreciate that. If you watch it after it's posted as a video, thank you very much. Please consider subscribing to my channel if you watch the video. Give it a thumbs up if you liked it. I will see you in the next one. Until then, guys, God bless. Almost forgot what I was doing. All right. God bless you guys. See you in the next one.